Okay, let's start. Good morning, everyone. Were you all there in the last class? Afika, I think you were there in the last class, were you? As you all can remember, we were talking about entrepreneurship, right? We were discussing about entrepreneurship. Before that, we were discussing about what do you call quality control. We were learning a lot of methods in quality control, a lot of techniques that we can do, right? Can you all see the screen that I'm sharing? Can you all drop a message in the chat or unmute your mic? Anything is fine. Okay, great. Thank you, Rifan. Okay, so like you all said, like I was telling, we were discussing about quite a lot of theory, right? So, what we are going to do today is we are going to apply what we learned into actual context. Okay, so we're going to rethink what we learned so far. We're going to reapply all of those concepts that we learned into uh, the practice. Okay, so Um, let's get started. So we have the first activity. Okay, so I want you all to take some time in this. Okay, so earlier also, last class also, we were discussing about why do businesses fail. So this is, we looked at a case study, an example case study in the last class, and we were discussing about, uh, I gave you all a scenario and I was asking you all, why did this actually fail? So there were so many issues in that business. So one by one, we were outlining it. We were discussing how it could have been done differently, right? And what you would do in the event that you are in that situation. Those were what we were discussing. So here we are going to go ahead and do our own research and find one failed business. Okay. So for a business to fail, does it necessarily have to shut down? What do you think? If a business is failing, does that mean it's shutting down? Does it mean it's not operating hereafter? Is that what it means? Can you all tell me? That means what I'm trying to ask you all is, what do you consider as business failure? How can you tell a business has failed? In which way? If it shuts down, do you consider it as failure? Or at which point do you make that decision? Yes, I got an answer. Let me check that. Uh, okay, no worries, Rifan. If you can listen to all the explanation, that's also fine. Okay, do them at home, all the activities. Okay, decrease in profit. Okay, Africa says decrease in profit. Yes, that not necessarily. So in a business, there are like good times and there are bad times as well, right? So there can be seasonal times and not seasonal times, or when a business starts itself. So like when a business starts, it will start with operational losses. Okay, it won't make profits right after you start. Okay, for example, if you start a clothes shop, okay, it takes a lot of cost for you to establish that clothes shop, right? To buy the raw materials, to buy the inventories, to buy the racks, to furnish that place. A lot of those costs have to be invested. So, in that event, until you are ready to sell things, there is no sales. And even when you are ready to sell things, still there is no sales because a proper what do you call a proper brand has to be established, a proper reputation has to be established, right? So until all of those happens, the business will be making losses until that point. Okay. So, not necessarily when you make losses. Okay. You call it a business failure when there is no, let me tell you. So, there could be a couple of reasons. So, give me a small minute. Yeah. So you can call a business failure when it can no longer continue its business. Okay. That means there are like different failures. So first failure, like there is this financial failure. Okay. We can talk about this actually. So uh let me stop sharing, guys. Let me stop sharing into this and let me stop sharing and let me add another slide here. Okay. Give a small minute. Okay, the screen is stuck, I think. Yeah. No, it's not stuck. Okay. Wait, guys, its screen is frozen. You'll have to give me a minute. So what I was explaining them was now we have learned all the theory so far. So what we will be doing from now onwards is we will be applying what we learned into activities. Okay. So this is the first activity. So first section, we are going to be applying this in entrepreneurship context. Okay. So this is the first activity. Let me show you. Okay, so we're going to do some activities on like entrepreneurship. So the first activity is this, okay? But after that, I'm trying to explain what business failure means, okay? So business failure doesn't only mean when profits are not coming in. That is not only the situation where it's called a business failure. There is financial failure. Okay, that means you are financially making loss for a period of time, not just 1 month, 2 month, or 3 month. For like 15, 16 years, you're making losses. So when you continue making losses, you actually, it's like a well. You put, nothing comes up. Okay. So that is one failure. Failure to achieve business objectives. If you have business objectives, if you fail to achieve them, that is also called a type of business failure. Okay. And then we have loss of customers and market revenue. If you do something bad, and if you get some sort of bad reputation, you will lose customers, and customers will not even turn and look at you. Okay. So in that case, that is also considered a failure. That is operational failure. That means you don't have money to continue operations. Okay. Expenses, exactly. Y'all learned that expenses that happens in a business. No, the what do you call the what administration? Yes, not distribution and all. Distribution comes in only if the sales is there, right? So there are a couple of expenses that are called overheads, right? Overheads are administration expenses, or electricity, AC, all of that. Yeah. So even if one customer comes in, the AC still has to run. Even if one customer comes in, the flow has to be clean. Okay. So all of those are overheads. So if you can't continue paying your overheads and continue to run, that is called an operational failure. Failure to adapt to change. Okay. If a change is happening in the market, you have to be able to adapt to it. Okay, you have to be able to change with what is changing in the market as well. Okay, and then we have ethical failure. Ethical failure means if you do, you all remember ethics, right? What is right? So in the event you do something that is wrong in that event, customers will lose trust in you. Okay, that is what we call ethical failure. I hope these types of business failures are clear. Can you all try this activity? I will give you all a couple of minutes. Try to write answers for this. Okay. Try to write essay type answers for this because I want you all to practice writing essay type answers. So, yeah, you all can continue. Yeah, you all can search. You all can go on online. You all can search one failed business, read the history of it, read why did it fail. Okay. Read did it initially succeed and then did it fail. Okay. And what mistakes caused the failure, how could the failure been avoided, what lessons can entrepreneurs learn from this case. Okay. So I want you all to write answers for this. I want you all to read stories of failed businesses. Okay. You all can take your time. You all can identify this, or you all can go ahead, and I would most encourage you all to find out on your own. Okay. Write it like maybe like a story. Okay. These are really interesting when you read them out. Are we all good, people online? Questions, I can't put it in the group, Afika, because I have uploaded this PPT uh, on your student portal. And y'all can just y'all can see the shared screen as well. Okay. Is everything okay for y'all? I was teaching all about business failures, types of business failures. Okay. All right. I thought the student portal is available for y'all. Okay, let me share it with y'all then in the WhatsApp. Uh, WhatsApp sharing. Okay, this is not going to have the edited stuff. So the um okay, where is it? Okay. So this is So I'm adding a lot of slides in between. So one was that failure of businesses and the reasons, sorry, types of business failures. So that was that. Um, that was added on the spot. So for the slides that are added on the spot, I mean, I will share after everything is done, if that's okay. After the whole class is over or the whole module is over, I will share the slide again. So whatever I add, the PPT slides that I add on the spot, can y'all can say it, okay? Y'all do the activity. I'll y'all do the activity. I'll just come back, okay? If y'all have any questions, do y'all have any questions about this activity, guys? Did y'all understand everything that I was mentioning y'all here? Sorry, mentioning here. Do y'all have any questions? Everything's all right, right? I will assume everything is okay. Just I'll give you all about 10 more minutes. You'll do this, write the answers for it. Are you all done, guys, or you all need more time? Can y'all tell me what organization y'all took? Yes. Nokia. Okay. What about the online participants? What organization did you all take?
I took Nokia as well.
Okay. Okay. What about the others? Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me the story of Nokia? What happened? Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Hi. Good morning, Kami. Yes. Yes. Okay. 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 Mm. Okay. Yeah. Mm. 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 Yes. I don't know the software. Okay, that's the name of the software, is it? Okay. Sure. Exactly. So there was this adaptation problem, right? Okay, give me a minute. Okay, so Nokia was unable to adapt to its customers, right? Adapt to what the customers wanted. Okay, so that is that. And also, I was telling now Nokia has touch screens. Do you all know that? They do have touch screen phones, right? But people, when they're buying a phone, what's the first type of phone they go for? Either Apple or Samsung, right? So they were late to adapt. It's not that they didn't adapt. So you can actually, yes, exactly. So you can see, I can show you all. Um, see, let me show you all. This is in Sri Lanka. Huh? This is a site in Nugegoda. It's a place in Nugegoda. Give me a moment. Okay, so see, they do have phones like this. See, touchscreen phones. They did adapt, but they were a bit late. Okay, they were a bit late to adapt, and that's why they did the market leader at the time, right? So it passe. Do you all remember Blueberry? There was a type of phone called let me show y'all. Ah, sorry, not blueberry, blackberry. Why did I? I remember this was like very it was like in yeah, see. So this is the phone. So this phone has a small ball in the middle. Okay. So that ball is only used as a mouse to navigate in the phone. So you all know in laptops and all there is a small sensor in the middle, like a ball kind of thing. Okay, the same concept only they bought it to the BlackBerry phone. So in this BlackBerry phone, they had this. See, it was telling BlackBerry originally developed by BlackBerry Limited, formerly research in motion, was a pioneer in smartphone industry, especially in the early 2000s because it was fancy. Okay, featuring physical QWERTY keyboard. I don't know what this means and secure messaging services. Uh, so let me show y'all. It's BlackBerry phones, not Blueberry. It's BlackBerry. Sorry. Ah, this is the one. Okay. See, this used to be that ball that you can use. It was like a sensor. You can use it to move the mouse. Okay, and these were the kind of phones. It didn't have touch screen, no touch screen, but the keypad was huge. So this is the only phone that had keypad built in it, right? A huge big keypad. It was tiny. Each of these keys were like really small. This is the classic one. Yeah. So all of these people so you have to do your own research also when something comes up, okay? So you can say why did BlackBerry fail or some blog will be there here. Uh, can just see. So there will be definitely a blog that y'all can read out. So slow adaptation of the touchscreen technology. Okay. Failure to embrace app ecosystems and loss of consumer relevance despite early dominance in business focused smartphones. So it is very slow to adapt to that touchscreen concept. Okay. So slow to adapt. See, you can see it here. So what I'm trying to tell y'all is like you all have to do your own research as well. Okay, so when it comes to entrepreneurs have to do their own research as well. So when it comes to a product, the usual consumer perception is to do it easier, right? So if we have a want or if we have a need, we will always, that is psychology, like you will always want to do it the easy way. Okay, it's not because we are lazy, we are wired like that. Okay, like we say, no, work smarter, don't work harder, things like that. So we are always going to look at things the easy way, we are going to look at options the easy way. So when it comes to touching a screen rather than navigating a button, sounds like it's low effort, right? Okay, so in that way, they should have adapted it immediately. Okay, so you can see, so it was very fancy, um, slow to adapt. Okay, that's one reason. Okay, and then losing its core market. Another reason BlackBerry's fall from grace was so steep that he didn't pay much attention to the likes of BlackBerry created phones for business. So he didn't see a iPhone as a direct competitor. So in that case, okay. So a BlackBerry operating system, the OS was also there was a issue. How few apps you could download compared to Apple and Android devices. While BlackBerry eventually opened up its app store to more popular apps, the damage was already done at that point. Okay. Timing is very crucial when it comes to entrepreneurship. That is also something very important. You all have to remember. Okay. So after that, uh, okay. So now, so I hope everyone else wrote answers. Did you all write? I know Rukia was talking about BlackBerry, sorry, Nokia, and we discussed that. What other places did you all write? What other companies did you all look at? Can I know? Can you guys tell me? What other examples did you write about?
For Kodak.
Sorry?
For Kodak.
Kodak. Okay. Okay. So what happened to Kodak was, let me also take that as a case study for you. Kodak used to be a, what do you call, it was a photography giant actually. So it's like it was the only market leader. Okay. So let me show you all. Okay, so here, it was once the leading company that recorded the moment of every life for millions of people. Okay, so it was a photographic film industry with a 90% US market share. However, what happened? Let's see. So, you all remember this? I used to remember this. When we were small, there used to be these film rolls. When you pull this, it becomes a uh, it's like small big images in I don't know how to explain it to you all. Let me show you all. They're still there to sell. They're still there, those products. See, it is like this. So in all of these, each of these all of these were squares. They were margined in squares, and they have your pictures. Yeah, like, yeah, so any picture, so they look like this. No, like, let me show you all. So, so you have to load this into the camera like this. Okay, you have to load a empty thing into a camera like this, and it takes a picture. It prints it on that film roll. Okay, and when you want to get the physical washed picture, you have to give this roll to the camera. Yes, it is exactly like Polaroids, but here the thing was, now you couldn't preview pictures. That is one thing you couldn't do. Okay, uh, like you can't preview pictures. That means it's in this physical role, right? Okay, you can't on a phone, okay, like you're going and you're checking at the digital pictures. You can't do that. Okay, so I don't have, and it looked like this. It was not this bright. It was very blackish. Okay, see, like this. It was like this. So what I'm trying to tell you all was, it used to be a very nostalgic thing for me, I mean, personally, because when we used to go on trips when I was small means I was like grade five-ish, grade four during those times. And there used to be people who had these cameras with these film rolls. in all of these. So during that seasonal time, this Nuarelia, all of these places, there's to be people who take pictures for you and give you that film roll for you to keep it. Okay. So it's physical, right? So it's still there because it's not in use, but it's very nostalgic for people. So see, take photographs replacing cumbersome glass plates that were previously used. Yeah, it's still there, but I don't know how you can find them. I wanted to find a couple years back, but I couldn't find them. The the camera and the equipment and all of that. So you press the button, we do the rest. You can't put it in the digital photography camera, okay? And then there was the rise of the digital photography, okay? So they produced the world's first digital camera, okay? But Kodak refused to disclose it for the fear that digital would swallow its enormously profitable film business. Kodak's hesitation to embrace digital photography was far more than a minor insight. It was a strategic disaster that would eventually cost them the company's market share. So what happened was Canon noticed this, Sony and Canon, and they started producing digital cameras. So digital camera, you don't need a film roll. You just have to take the picture. It can be backed up anywhere. Okay, there were these concepts. So they failed to adapt. Okay, they why did they fail to adapt? So they failed to adapt because there were very big um, market competitors who rolled out digital cameras immediately. Okay, so leadership failures and poor strategic decisions. Y'all can read this if y'all want. Shift to smartphone. Okay, so when smartphones were getting shifted, the people wanted something that can be backed up to their smartphones, maybe to put them as wallpapers or a lot of reasons. So in that case, that also they missed another opportunity, and then they filed for bankruptcy. Embrace innovation early. These are the learnings you can learn from Kodak. Embrace innovation early. Adapt to consumer preferences. Don't let short term gains undermine long term success. Leadership matters. Okay. So these are everything that we've learned already. So I'm going to go ahead and give you all. Yes, Rukia, you have a question?
Yeah, there was also an interesting story with the Blockbuster, if you've heard about it.
Not really.
So a
Okay,
Blockbuster,
what is that?
it's a revolutionized a video rental with stores back in the days. So it scales beat local. So by the late 1990s, a Blockbuster had over 9,000 stores globally and was a weekend ritual kind for millions. So what caused them failure was a Blockbuster laughed at Netflix when Netflix offered to sell itself to Blockbuster for just 50 million in 2000. So if Blockbuster had bought Netflix in the 2000 for 50 million, which is worth for $200 million, billion dollars today, or even launched its own no late fee subscriptions more earlier, it could have survived, I think. It was a
Yeah, it could have
very strong.
a
They
strategic
thought
decision.
they
Yes.
assumed people would always drive to the store.
Yeah.
And
Then again, it's that entrepreneur's mindset to not accept change, right?
mhm,
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for explaining that story. Okay.
no problem.
Yeah. So when it comes to most of these case studies, when we look at it, most of it are because the entrepreneurs don't like change, or entrepreneurs think that people would be stuck in that same innovative product. Okay, because that's the only product that gives them revenue, right? That's what's making them a leader, market leader, right? So they fail to adapt. They fail to acknowledge the potential opportunity or the potential gains that this opportunity can bring. Okay, but always remember, as an entrepreneur also, you have to remember, if there is an easier option, people would always go to an easier option. If there is a more valuable option, people would always choose a valuable option. Okay, so that's one thing that all entrepreneurs should have thought about. So is failure caused more by poor leadership or poor decision making? What do you think? I think both, actually. So when you have poor leadership only makes poor decision making, right? When you don't have good leaders who can think properly, they only make poor decisions. So I feel like it's kind of like, you can say either, because we've seen a lot of cases. Okay, so let me. So this is the types of failures that we were looking at: financial failure, failure to achieve business objectives, loss of customers and market revenue, operational failure, failure to adapt and change, ethical failure. Okay, so we have another small activity: entrepreneurship personality analysis. So I want you all to choose one entrepreneur, go into their biography. Okay, I want you all to understand their personality traits. Okay, and I want you all to understand any risk taking situations where they have taken risks. Okay, I want you all to identify the innovative mindset, their leadership styles. Okay, identify major failures that they've faced. Did they stop after that failure or did they continue? Okay, and you can also think about, maybe don't write an essay because it takes time, but you all can think a bit about, can entrepreneurship skills be learned or are entrepreneurs born naturally? These are two things you can think about. I mean, these are two sentences you can think about. Okay, go ahead. You all can continue to work on this.
Hey Hikma, I think I have the answers for the question, but I haven't written them down. Just have it on my mind, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, sure. You can continue to explain it to
Uh,
me.
yeah, I think entrepreneurship skills are mostly learned and not born. I mean, some people might naturally be more confident or comfortable with risk, but that gives them a head start. But real entrepreneurship skills like financial planning, marketing, negotiation, and learning from failure, those are all things you can practice and improve. Like
Mm-hmm.
nobody comes out of the, I mean, if you think about it, nobody comes out of the womb knowing how to read a balance sheet or pitch to investors, right? So even famous
Yeah, yeah,
entrepreneurs like Sarah Blakely from Spanx or Howard Schools from Starbucks learned most of what they know through trial and error, and not because
yeah,
they were born with it. So the only natural trait that they really matter is curiosity and the willingness to keep learning after you fail, and everything else you can
yeah,
teach it. So I think no entrepreneurs were just born; they're just made through experience, study, and a lots of mistakes. Lots of mistakes.
yeah. Okay. So you're saying it could be, you're saying, so are you telling even if they're not necessarily born with any entrepreneurship skills, even if they don't have all of those skills once they're born, are you telling that those can be learned? What if
Yeah, honestly.
someone, okay, let's just assume two situations, okay? Yeah, what do you think?
Sorry. Yeah. No. Honestly,
Sorry, so
that's what I
yeah.
believe. No, no, no. You can continue.
No, I'm sorry. You can continue.
No, the answers I gave, those were what I honestly believe. Like most of them are learned and
Okay.
not born.
Most of them are learned and not bound. Okay. So it could be either. So someone actually, so when it comes to entrepreneurship skills, it's far more than financial planning, operational skills, and all of that. Okay. So that can be skills that are like interpersonal skills. Okay. So usually entrepreneurship skills, interpersonal skills, informational skills, communicational skills, and so there is a model that was uh, okay. Let me show you. Let me show you all. Let me just see that. You all write the answers to the first four. First four. I will explain the concept of this. I forgot. Okay, so yeah, sure. Okay, let me just take this to y'all and explain it. So, like I was explaining to y'all, so like you mentioned, Rukia, there are financial literacy as a skill, business planning and strategy, marketing and sales. Okay, there are a couple of hard skills and there are a couple of soft skills as well. Okay, soft skills are like interpersonal skills. Okay, so let me see, there is a chat. Camilla, the question is shared on the screen. Can you see it? Is my screen sharing visible to you guys? Oh dear. Okay, let me share again. Okay, y'all should have told me earlier. No, I was under the impression that y'all I mean earlier when Rukia was telling that she couldn't see the screen, I was sharing and I stopped sharing and I forgot to share again. So, okay. So did y'all see the example of me sharing about Nokia and all of that?
No, that was visible.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I can reduce the AC. No worries. Increase the AC, you mean? Okay, so there we go. So we have hard skills and we have soft skills. So when it comes to hard skills, there are these things that can be learned, but when it comes to soft skills, there are key skills like delegation and leadership, creativity and innovation, problem solving and critical thinking, adaptability and resilience, communication and networking, time management and productivity, curiosity and continuous learning. So some of these, I mean, like you said, Rukia, I mean, you don't get out, you aren't born without knowing all of these. But when someone is raised during their childhood, a lot of skills they gain is by the way that they're raised. Okay. So when it comes to risk taking, when it comes to adaptability, uh, uh, so yeah. So can you see the screen now? Okay, Rukia, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Okay, great. So, yeah. So over here we have the creativity and innovation. So, like you said, not everyone's born with those skills, but once they grow up to a certain extent, up to a certain age, they learn the skills through their childhood, through their parents. Okay, like things like communication. Okay, they are going to learn it from their parents. Things like problem solving, critical thinking, all of these come from the time they are toddlers. Okay, so you can always improve on these. Okay, you can intentionally think about it and intentionally do activities to improve all of these. Yeah. Okay, so in that case, my perception also would be agreeing to what Rukia said. Like, yeah, entrepreneurship skills can be learned. Okay, but yes, they are born. I mean, they're not born naturally. They come through that raised environment. Okay, that's my perception as well. Okay, and then did y'all? Yes, exactly. So did y'all finish writing the answers for the first four questions? Give that a try. I'll give y'all another 5 minutes more. Then let's discuss it. Okay. Okay. Okay, who did you guys choose? Entrepreneur. Elon Musk. Okay. What about his personality traits and his risk-taking behavior? What do you think? Okay, yeah, exactly. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So he's very straightforward with what he wants to say. Okay, yeah. And what do you think about his innovative mindset and his leadership style? Yes. Do you think he's a good, like an ideal example of an entrepreneur? Like, I mean, yeah, he is an entrepreneur, but what I'm trying to tell you is, uh, you remember we were learning about ethics, right? So when it comes to ethics and when it comes to things, if they want to live a good life, regardless of whether you're an entrepreneur or whether you're not, do you think he's an ideal example? Yes. So, do you think that you also should be very straightforward, very blunt about what you have to say, no matter who gets hurt, or not put it in a better way, not thinking about putting it in a better way? Or you also think that you should set unrealistic deadlines to workers and, you know, being obsessed with problem solving and trying to control every minor outcome possible? Not really, right? So someone can be a great entrepreneur, but their values can be different, right? Their values, their morals, the way they deal with life is entirely different. Okay, it can be good, it can be bad. Okay, so yeah, and then we have a lot more entrepreneurs. So one key takeaway you have to take from here is his mindset. Okay, not necessarily his leadership style. uh, so identify major failures they faced and how they recovered. What do you think? Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's very good explanation. And yeah, so what other examples did you guys take? The online participants and you as well? He is a risk taker, but I'm asking you which entrepreneur did you choose when it comes to Elon Musk? Okay, this are the same thing. So what about you guys? Anyone online who chose anything differently? Yeah, guys? Yes. Anything differently? Did everyone choose Elon Musk? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to assume that as yes, everyone took Elon Musk. Okay, so the best businesses are built around solving frustrations. No, that is not here. Let me take you all to the next activity, okay? This is going to be interesting. I want you all to find out 5 daily problems people face in your community, okay? For each problem, explain the issue clearly, okay? Identify the affected target audience. Give a viable business solution for each of these problems. Explain how, if you were going to start a business in solving the problem, how would you generate the revenue? Okay, can you all do this for me? I don't want you all to choose, I don't want you all to use AI tools. I mean, it's okay if you all use AI tools, but what I don't like is all of you all would be getting the same answer, right? So instead of that, think a bit, think outside the box, identify 5 problems that people face, and try to think of how you can solve it. Are we clear? Online participants, everything that we have learned up until now, are you all clear? Are you all clear, guys? Okay, give this a try. Write it down. Y'all are okay? Do you all have any problems? Okay. Yes, food poisoning you can, but how are you going to give a business solution for that? How can you find the cause of the food poisoning? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You develop it and tell me, will you? Okay, think about it and tell me. Camilla, you have given me your answer. Thank you so much for sending me your answer. You have, have said traffic congestion. Okay, so problem is people waste lots of time in heavy traffic every day. Okay, office workers, students, drivers. Business solution is ride sharing carpool mobile app. Commission from each ride booking. This is good, Camilla, but does that actually solve the traffic congestion? Carpooling and people going together, does that actually solve the traffic problem? No, right? And also, people have to be willing to be going with other people as well. Someone who has a Benz is not going to be wanting to go with other people, right? That's another thing to think of. And already a lot of companies are doing it, right? So if you're going to identify if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to give something better or develop it differently. There has to be some sort of differentiator in your offering. Okay. So just think environmental pollution. Okay. What do you think about environmental pollution? What do you want to do? Okay. Mhm. But for that you have to, but for that you already have to have a business, no? Cost of living. How are you going to solve that problem? Propose a viable business solution. You have to propose a business solution. Is that a business solution? Government can help means that is not a business solution. What can you do? Think of yourself as a business owner. Think of yourself as a normal person. Yes, okay, that is a problem. What are you going to give? Okay, but is that okay? So I think you all are not understanding the concept here. Let me explain that concept for you. Okay, so I want you all to identify a problem. So think of you all as entrepreneurs. Okay, you all have not started anything still, but you all have all of the skills. Okay, imagine yourselves like that. Okay, I'll give you all an example. Okay, you are seeing, for example, you are seeing a lot of elephants getting uh, hit by a train, okay, all the time, and a lot of train are getting derailed, a lot of train are getting, a lot of trains are getting fallen, a lot of trains are getting damaged, wildlife is precious wildlife is dying, elephants, elephant babies and all of that. Okay, so a lot of damage, right? So for that, you create a sensor. Okay, so you all know when you all press brake in the train, it takes a while to stop. Okay, that is why when someone is crossing, they can't stop, they hit and go. Okay, so takes a while. So you have, from a specific location, you have to keep pressing the brakes to make it stop at that point. So maybe you can come up with an idea for a sensor that detects any object that is obstructing the railway track. Okay, maybe you can fine tune the sensor to capture that object from kilometers away, so that when you once you identify that object, when you press the brake, you can still save whatever that's crossing, a person or an elephant or whatever that is. Okay, so that is an innovate, that is an actual problem. Okay, you can actually explain the issue clearly. Can you identify the target audience, people, elephant, wildlife? Can you find a business solution? You can. I just did. Okay, explain how each business would generate a revenue by selling this sensor. Okay, all right, or by giving this whole idea to the railway department. They are the only monopoly of trains, right? So that's how I'm telling you to generate the idea. Okay, think about it for a bit. And now I have Camilla talking about garbage disposal problem. Yes, she's telling garbage is not collected. Let me share this chat. Garbage disposal problem. Garbage is not collected properly in some areas. That's true, right? Household, households target audience is household. Business solution, weekly waste collection service. Revenue, monthly subscription payments. Yeah, this is a good idea. This is a good idea. Do you know why I'm saying this is a good idea? Because no one has done this so far. Okay, no one has done this. And if she's bringing an idea like this, that's going to be entrepreneurship. Okay, responsible collection and handling of garbage. Responsible collection and handling. Okay, now if a kunu lorry is going in our road, we can actually smell it even days after. Okay, because they're spilling all the dump, whatever they're collecting, they're spilling on the way when they're going. Okay, so proper structure to collect this, proper inventory to collect these, proper methods. So those and all are innovative ideas. Just come up with one. You don't have to come up with a lot of problems. Just come up with one single problem and a single issue. Identify the affected audience, give a viable business solution, and explain how you would generate revenue for this. Okay. then that is already existing actually. But then again, there comes another big problem. When it comes to petrol, if you're going to take that amount of petrol, you have to at least be able to cover the cost. No? If you're going to do something, you have to be at least able to cover the cost. So you can't make the price so cheap also, because you have to put in the fuel. And what about vehicle depreciation, right? So all of these problems come into play like that. Or you can think of something like this. What about having buses, okay? Having buses where people have already subscribed or pay a monthly amount that is reduced than the usual uh, normal amount, like the normal taxi service amount, where where the time schedule is already given. Okay, at 10 a.m. we will be in Bambalapitiya. At 7 a.m. we will be in Dehiwala. Okay, some sort of like a structured time schedule, but only the people who have registered can, due to traffic, that can be a problem, of course. What do you think? Any more ideas, guys? Anyone who's online? Hmm. Okay. Hmm. That is already happening, right? There are companies that are doing that. But then again, what about the cost that it takes to get there? As a CSR, yes. But here you're looking to generate revenue, right? The cost from the government. Mm. Do you think that would work? Do you think that would work? Would the government be willing to partner up with a service like that, with all the problems and the expenses that they're having with the budget deficit and everything? Mm. Yeah, yeah. Uh, or like, let's say, so another problem would be, what do you call, another problem would be, let's just think. Okay, another problem would be, um, I don't know this. Okay, maybe like a flood alert system. Okay, when that keeps a website that keeps immediately signaling people, notifying people. So if you like, maybe like a flood alert system where that system has your phone numbers. Okay, that system secures your privacy. Okay, that's also a very important thing. It takes care of your privacy and it doesn't give out your information to anyone, but it necessarily knows where you are located and your phone numbers and any forms of communication. Okay, so in that case, when these people I'm talking about, these people who are situated look near the high risk flooded areas, like all of these rivers and everything that we have around Sri Lanka. So maybe the people who are living there can kind of like, once the the river levels are rising or the dam levels are rising, an alert system to send maybe like a notification onto their phones, or maybe a message, a normal message telling them to evacuate somewhere, okay, telling them to move away somewhere. So something that keeps monitoring this 24/7, these flood levels and everything. Okay, that's a system, and that's a new idea. Okay. Yeah, that is also good. That is also good because it's really annoying to be holding an umbrella all the time. So maybe if we can have some sort of like a raincoat or that has an umbrella on top, or some sort of a tool that unintentionally doesn't allow us to hold the umbrella. Okay, so that is also good. Um, you know, Solution. But then again, problem, is it a worthwhile problem to be? You can give it as a product, people would still buy it, right? Yes, exactly. So what about the online participants? Did you all come up with anything? Do you all have ideas? Yes, but that can still also be entrepreneurship. It has, if it's there in other countries, it's still not there in your geographical region, right? So even if you be the first one to do it, that is still called entrepreneurship. Okay. Okay, so what about you guys, online participants? I only got Kamila's response. Maybe just tell me any problems that y'all are thinking of solving or anything like that. Yeah? Mm? Okay, what would be the um no solution? Mobile app for, what do you think? You're saying mobile app to give them the rehabilitation, is it? Okay. Is it already there? I'm not sure. Okay. Yes, yes. Oh, what about this? Okay. What about something like for alcohol addiction or drug addiction? That flavored gum or that flavored sweet that doesn't contain any nicotine or anything that is harmful for the body. Okay, so what about that? Some kind of sweet or some kind of thing. You don't have to sell it to the small children, just like how you're selling it to now, if you're going to buy cigarette, you can't buy cigarette unless otherwise you are 18 plus, right? So you can sell the same thing. You can have the same regulation when it comes to selling these. Okay. So encouraging shops to sell these instead of the actual products. Okay. Something like that. All right. So that could also be, but then again, like, you know, that you have to, that entrepreneurs have to think of a way to, kind of manage it. Yes. Okay. So that could be something that you could think of. Okay. That's another problem. Okay. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, guys. So the best businesses are built around solving frustrations. Okay. So that's what we were learning about. And then let's take a look at what we have next. Oh, sorry. Okay. I have another task for y'all. You have 10,000 to start a business. You would turn this limited capital into a viable venture. Design your business concept, your product or your service. Plan your marketing. This is a very tight budget. You all know you all can't do anything with 10,000 nowadays, but give this a try. You all can try this until, yeah. Maybe you can sell your product. Okay, an existing product is also fine. Okay, so want your business concept. That means who are you selling this to? Why are you selling this? Why did you choose this product? Okay, so come up with answers like that. Okay. Okay.
And they have already a degree in automobile and this vehicle thing. Okay. So where we started this, we had that 7,000. We bought spare parts. Okay. And then we upload the page in separate page, and then they had some customers or known people who already came up to them to make the parts. Oh, okay. The bikes. So these were customized parts, is it? No, yeah, we like from that money we also do customize and what they wanted. Okay. And the usual setup where we needed to make the bike to make the bike. Okay, okay. So like we had that 7,000 we invested, we bought, and we actually grew where we bought two bikes of our own. Oh, nice. Okay. And it's going. Ah, mashallah, that's really nice actually. So yeah, so things like that can actually be. So you all started with 7,000. Ah, see, you have a nice, you have a nice startup that you already did. So yeah, it's a really good concept. Spare part. Okay, so you customize it according to how clients want, I mean, customers want. It's nice. Okay. And we could add new product even if it's outside. Okay. And it's not, we don't charge. We buy good quality products for a reasonable price, like for a cheap price, not an expensive. Okay. Even if it's not expensive, it has a good quality. Okay, okay. That's nice. Okay. So I hope you all online students, I hope you all also heard what we were talking about. So can you all give this question a try, please? Yeah? Maybe have a cost breakdown and have like a profit strategy. So are you all okay? Are you all with me, or have you all left your laptops and gone somewhere else? At this point, I'm confused because I don't hear any sound from you all. Can I know if you all are there? Ah, great. Okay, that's good. Okay. Also, can I give this a try? I'll give you all some time, maybe like 10 minutes. It was so funny to come up with the idea, and it turned out pretty well. Yeah, that's nice. That is how even like the most, it's very unexpected, right? Okay, no worries, Rukia. That's totally fine. Uh, I know you guys are there, but I just wanted to get you all to respond. Okay, so can you guys try this fourth activity, activity four, and think about this a bit. This what matters in entrepreneurship: money or creativity. Okay. I think I just lost my shoes. Okay. Oh, it's here. Okay, I got it. Okay, guys. How are things going now? Online students, did y'all just think about this a bit? And now tell me what y'all came up with. Yes? Yes, guys? Okay, so if you have a 10,000 startup, okay, what you could do is you could sell an existing product or service that is already existing in the market. You can resell it with a profit margin. Okay, so when you are planning a method, marketing method on a tight budget, you have to go to very uh, cheap, cheap options, cheap advertising marketing options, like loyal customers itself is like a marketing, what do you call it? Marketing tactic. Okay, create a detailed cost breakdown. I hope you all did this. Okay, so if you all were here physically, I could have checked. But since you all are not here, okay, so develop a realistic profit strategy. So how you're going to develop a profit strategy? I think you all already know statement of financial profit and loss and concepts like that. So you're going to take the number of sales, you're going to assume a number of sales that goes for the first month. You're going to decrease the total number of expenses, and then you can decrease the marketing cost and all of those costs, the cost of product that comes with it. You have to reduce all of that and come up with the profit. And then if you're coming up with a profit strategy, you have to think, okay, what should I do to increase the profit? Yeah, so you can do things like give more spare parts, like for the product itself, you're giving maintenance services, repair services, giving fancy customizations to the product you're giving itself. So those are extra things that you can make to uh, secure that profit margin. Okay. What matters more in entrepreneurship, money or creativity? What do you think? Creativity, yes. But without money, can you implement your creativity? Without money, can you implement creativity? No. Yes, but to make money also you have to have money. Without that 7,000, you couldn't have started, right? It's still not a large sum. I'm not talking about a big amount, maybe like a small amount to start. Okay. So that is the startup challenge. Okay. Did you write answers for that? No. Okay. So we have ethical entrepreneurship case study. So we have a scenario, we have a couple of questions. What is the time now? I didn't give you all a break also now. We'll take lunch break itself. Do you all want like a 5 minutes? I'll give you all about 5 minutes break. If you all want to go washroom, you all can go washroom. Take a bit time off. Uh, and then let's take the lunch break. Okay? Maybe like 10 minutes. Okay? Come back at 11:50. Okay? Okay, so let's go back and discuss this a bit, okay? So, ethical entrepreneurship case study. Okay, a clothing company discovers one supplier used child labor. Okay, changing suppliers will increase production costs significantly. Okay, your task. What should the company do first? What do you think? Should No, now that means now you are a clothing company. You have some suppliers who have suppliers who are giving clothes like materials, who are giving buttons, who are giving needles, threads, all of those things. So as a clothing company, I realized that they're using child labor when producing those materials. Okay. So what do you think? What do you think we should do? You can't remove child labor because you are getting supplied, right? But exactly, our suppliers are using child labor. But when you change suppliers, there is an increase in cost. Okay, so should profit or ethics comes first? What are the long-term consequences of each decision? So there is this saying, okay? There is a small saying that says, unless you're in that situation, you actually don't know how you will react. Okay, this is the same kind of case. I mean, same situation. Okay, like for example, let me just tell you all, like you all are small. Let me just tell you uh, something like getting fired from your job. Okay, or getting blamed for lies in your job or not getting a job, unemployment, or getting married, okay, becoming a family. All of these are things that, unless you're put into that situation, you don't know how you will take the decisions. Okay, so someone from outside can say a lot of things. Ah, no, she made the wrong decision. She did this, she did that. They can tell anything they want. But unless otherwise you're the one who's facing it, they don't know the pressure. Same kind of situation will be here. So they're using child labor. If you increase, there's a big increase cost. If you change the supply, there's a big increase in cost. What should the company do? So there are a lot of ways that you can go about this. So the company can try to, what do you think? Take a moment to think about this. I'll give you like 2 minutes to think about this and then let's come back. Okay? Is that okay with you guys? What do you think? What would you do in that situation?
You can search for people who are at the unemployed and give the work to them who are wage and
Remove child labor, but you have to talk about that with your supplier, right? You have to talk to your supplier about it. You have to discuss this with your supplier. Here, listen, you're doing this unethical thing, okay? We don't like it as your customers, okay? Either you give it up or we will change the supplier or we will report you to the authorities. It is illegal as well, right? So, in a lot of countries, I'm not sure in the country also is it, I think, yeah, no, 18, under 18, you can't give them to work, no? So you do this, we will report you to the authorities, or we will change the supplier, because at that point you have decided to stop, right? So even if you report them to the authorities and they lose you as a customer, still that's fine. So we're going to do something like that. And then they have been like, okay, okay, we understand your concern. We will change maybe the laborers. We will let go of all of these children that we are employed. We will hire someone else, something like that. So if they take a strategic decision like that, then that's fine. Okay. If they don't, then what we're going to do is we're going to change the supply. In this case, how are we going to cover the? Yes, we can do that. And when it comes to increased production cost, how are you going to try to? You're changing the supplier. You're having an increased production cost. So now, 1,000 rupees good is 2,000. 100% hike, right? Try to try to negotiate with the current supplier, the new supplier. Okay, okay, we were getting it for like this. Maybe we can get the raw material for 2,000, but give us some time to adapt to this price. Okay, so first you start with 1,000, and in another 3 months you can, go to 1,005, and then in another 3 months maybe you can increase it to 2,000, something like that. Negotiating with the current suppliers would also help. I have a chat. Yes, Kamila. Yes, so Kamila has given a really good structured answer here. Okay, so hold all payments. Okay, that's the first one. Hold all payments and everything. Supplier termination. Okay, and permanently terminate the contract. But then again, Kamila, we are talking about an increase in production cost also now. So we have to manage that as well. Okay, so maybe so there are two long-term consequences of each decision. If you decide to suspend your supplier, there is a chance where you will have price hike, and it will permanently increase your product price by double. Okay, but when it comes to staying with that supplier, means you have an ethical uh, problem there, right? It means you're supporting child labor when you're producing. So in some part of the, even though you're not using child labor, at some point of time you are getting the raw materials. So there comes another big problem. Okay. Okay, guys. So you all can go for lunch break. Come back at 1 o'clock, and then we will discuss the rest. Okay. We will go to another activity after that. We have really interesting activities lined up for us. Okay, y'all can go and come back. Okay, bye. Okay, so guys, since we are back from lunch break, let's go ahead and let's go back to where we stopped. Okay, so this is something that we were talking about. Okay, give me a minute, guys. Give me a small minute. Okay, so like I was telling, uh, so in these situations like this, there comes a problem uh, where it becomes a issue where you have to take a decision, right? Are you going to increase the product's profit, or are you going to increase the production cost, or are you going to go ahead and continue with that supplier? Okay, these are the things. So now let's go ahead and look at what we have here. Okay, we have another activity. Okay, so we actually, I want you all to do this as homework. Can I do this as homework? Okay, take a picture. I want you all to prepare a very short presentation, maybe for like 3 minutes, and give the business idea. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at what we have next. Okay. So can you all do this for me? This is a very personal resilience-based activity where you're thinking about your life experiences. Okay, so write about a personal failure that you have experienced. Reflect on what you learned from that experience. Describe how you recovered and how you moved forward. Connect your experience to entrepreneurial resilience, and also explore why do many people quit before succeeding. Can you all do this for me? We are going to apply your direct experiences into entrepreneurship. What do you call entrepreneurship skills? Can you all check this? Can you all write this? Personal failure that you've experienced.
Are you thinking about personal failures? You all don't have any failures in life? Nothing? Really? Oh my God. You all have never, ever, ever? Can be like a bad decision, or it can be like a bad moment where you are upset because of an outcome. Okay. And then you realize, okay, this is not the outcome I wanted. No? Still no? Huh? Okay. So, what did you learn from that experience? Okay. You were in the bike. Okay. 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 The bike got damaged. You were also hospitalized. Plus, if nothing happened. Okay. That's a big loss, right? And then how did you all cover it up? Ah, okay. Okay. What did you learn from that experience? Yes, exactly. Even own bike also, if you're driving, you have to be careful because one thing now it's like this: you can't stop just because you're careful. You can't say someone the other person is also careful. Okay, you can't say the same thing. But it's just that you don't have a steady income at the point at this point of time. So it's okay. Still think, yeah. So yeah. So still entrepreneurial resilience. So you still go on bikes, right? You still drive. You didn't give up, no? Ah, see. So that is resilience actually. So just because one experience doesn't define your entire this thing. So I have a story like that. So when I was small, I used to love roller skates, skateboard, anything that had to do with wheels and everything like that. I used to love. So my father bought me roller skates. I still have skateboard also. So he bought me roller skates. So yes, the shoe with the wheels, and I went to Bellang with her. So I was like super confident. Okay, I'm the best person. I'm so practiced. I'm so good. I had that kind of a mindset. And then usually there is a walking track separately and a bicycle track separately, right? So I was going in that bicycle track, and there was this set of I was also a teenager, so there was this set of teenage boys who were going in the bicycle. They were speeding up like this and they were mocking me, laughing and mocking and everything. I was so angry. I was like, wait till I come and get you here. I started speeding up like that. And there was a slope. Okay. So there was a slope, and this person who was like mocking me and going right at the bottom of the slope, he stopped the bike and he got off, and then he put the bike horizontally. So instead of directly going down, I'm going to crash onto him. Okay. So I was going like that, and then all of a sudden, midway, I realized, okay, this bugger has stopped the bicycle and he has just stopped it right in the middle. And then I was trying to stop myself, and then I fell. I fell right before him, like face flat, and my teeth and all started bleeding. My nose started bleeding. I had extreme visible wounds in my face. And I got scared because it was a slope, right? Yeah. So the thing about that story is, from that day onwards, I didn't ride that roller skate because I was scared. Yes, that scared me so much. I used to wear braces, so we had to go to the doctors to see if the roots have gotten damaged or anything has happened or anything like that. We had to go and check. We had to take X-ray scans. We have to do so many things. And yeah, from that day onwards, I never touched a roller skate. So that is not exactly entrepreneurial resilience. Okay. So what about online participants? Any failures that you have experienced? And why do many people quit before succeeding? The fear of losing, exactly. They do. But they don't realize that they are already losing by quitting, right? So that is one thing. Mainly fear of losing, yeah. And or they can't take the pressure, right? Lack of support, exactly. Or yeah, there can be a lot of reasons. Knowledge based on that is not enough, and they're scared of the outcome before it even happens, right? Just like you said, that fear of losing. So that is just talking about our personal experience and resilience, okay? And then we have the CSR ethics, CSR and ethics. Instead of going to CSR and ethics, I want to uh, go to this. No, I don't have a. Let me give you all an example, okay? So, okay, I have a good example. Let me take that. Okay. So now we're going to talk about. Right now we're going to talk about. I'm going to skip CSR and ethics for now. Okay, and I'm going to dive into communication. Okay, you all remember we were learning theories about communication, right? Communication, authority. Okay, so I'm going to give you all an activity to read an email and to tell me if it sounds good or bad. Okay, so give me some time, guys. Give me like a minute or two to get all of it. Oh, where did it go? find it. Okay, this is difficult for me to. Okay, that's all right. So, okay, so I'm gonna share this. Okay, there we go. So these are bad email examples. Okay. One person receives 121 emails per day. This is just an average. Okay. So let me go down. A bad email. So again, we're talking about communication, right? So a bad communication is unclear communication, unclear, poorly written. The same way, a bad email is something that's unclear, poorly written, hard to understand, may have grammar mistakes, wrong tone, or irrelevant content. Okay, if it's confusing or unprofessional, also it's a problem. Okay, so look at this. This is very unprofessional. Hey, need you now. Red, red lights, red lights. Hey, hope you're good. Listen, I got a big problem and need you to fix it ASAP. I don't know how it happened, but it's bad. Are you free right now? Please reply fast. Don't ignore this. Thanks. Then we have email etiquette versus an email ethics. When it comes to writing an email, the question arises, what is more important, email ethics or email etiquette? Both must be there, okay? So email ethics focuses on principles, responsibility, and all of that. For example, just because you can scold someone in an email doesn't mean you have to do that. You can you can tell something in a better way, right? For example, today is the deadline, still I haven't received the report. Hi, can we please discuss the progress on the report, please? Okay. Or being that is better than telling, where is that report? I want it now. Today is the deadline. Where the hell are you going? Those kind of things are not exactly good, right? So that is email etiquette. That means having the proper word, proper professional way to say things. Okay. Email ethics means you are looking at the what do you call, see, honesty, transparency, privacy, and avoiding spam or deceptive practices. Not sharing confidential information without permission. Okay, that's an example. Ethics is different. Etiquette is different. Okay, ethics is usually in not in email. I'm just telling in real context. Also, if you take these two words, ethic means doing what is right. Etiquette means there is a way to do things. Corporate etiquette is there. That means there is a way to dress. There is a way to behave when you're in work. Okay, there is an etiquette. So here, I think in this institution, they tell you to dress well, right? They tell you to be disciplined and without roaming here and there, right? Even in this institution, they tell you. So all of those are etiquettes. Okay, how to behave, how to say things in a better way. So not sharing confidential information without permission is email ethics. On the other hand, email etiquette covers the rules and best practices for professional and polite email communication. Okay. It includes tone, formatting, clarity, and response time. Okay. So using a clear subject line and proper greeting. So instead of all of this, let me just ah see. This is a bad academic email example. Okay, so hey prof, there is no professor, there is no sir, there is nothing. Okay, I just saw my grade and it's way lower than expected. Some are in caps, some are in lower caps. Okay, I worked really hard. So there's no way I deserve this? Can you change it? I at least need an A or B to keep my GPA. Okay, this is funny. The more I read it, the more it's funny. Okay, so all right, so these are a couple of examples that I took up. Okay, I'll show you something also. Okay, I can't find it. See, see. Look at this. Read this. Already that are passed away. To mourn the death of someone so dedicated is only natural. If you need a moment to grieve, please feel. It may sound insensitive. It is important that we don't let our productivity slide. I think it's fair to say whoever the dead person is wouldn't have wanted that. Okay. And then it goes on. And also, please do not clock out while the store is busy, as this will add undue stress. Sorry. As this will add undue stress on the team. If there is any issues with this, please contact me directly and do not discuss these issues with co-workers as it may cause undue stress. Discussing this may result in immediate dismissal. Dismissal means immediate termination. So if anyone goes and discuss about this, you will be fired. Unable are the loved to die, for love is immortality. Oh, terror. Okay, so these are the kind of managers there in some companies. Okay, and yeah, so that is a non-professional email. I don't want to give you all this because I just don't see how this activity can. When you all are writing the email itself, you all have to make sure to write it properly. Okay. Y'all can do this. Describe the traits that make a manager ineffective. Trait means characteristics. Okay. Identify common communication mistakes bad managers make. Analyze the impact of poor management on employee morale. Propose better leadership alternatives for each negative trait. Can you all do this? What's that sound? Upstairs, huh? It's not from the AC, no? No, I don't think. No. Okay, can you all do this? I'll take a couple of minutes and write. Just write points for me. You don't have to write the full answer. Okay. Okay, did you work that out? What are the traits that make manager ineffective? Lack of vision and direction. Good. And poor decision making. Yes. Camilla, I got your this thing as well. So Camilla has mentioned micromanagement. Okay. Ineffective. Arrogance. Okay. What about you? Yeah. Very good. Lack of emotional intelligence. Taking credit. Yes, exactly. So he's always alone. He's not with the team. In his mind, he's always functioning alone. Like that, you can't do, right? So, identify common communication mistakes that managers make. They're angry, they use words. They use words that are emotionally driven, right? And they don't tell things very clearly. They just give it very vaguely. They don't give a scope. They don't give a proper outline, right? What else? One-way communication, yes. Giving directions constantly without even pausing to listen to feedback. That is also good, good, Kamala. So because they don't even pause to check what kind of feedback it is, okay? They just give directions, 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 directions. Okay? That is what you call bad, common communication mistakes that bad managers make, okay? What do you think the impact of poor management on employee morale? What can that be? Yes. What do you think? An impact on employee morale. Losing trust. Yes. Demotivates. Yes. Demotivates and also breaks trust. Okay. And demotivates them, breaks trusts. Uh, like makes them uh, their job satisfaction goes down. Okay, they don't feel like they're contributing to anything. Okay, so all of these are poor management on employee models. So for each negative trait, you can give better leadership alternatives, like Um, so if it's things like communication mistakes, things like telling things very vaguely. For a better alternative is to center and properly tell in detail, explain what it is. Okay? Understand, yes. Understand situations better, yes. When it comes to that emotional thing that we were talking about, okay, yeah, that is that. Okay, so good. All right, so we all know how to spot a bad manager now. Okay, so we have another small workplace conflict situation. Okay, two employees blame each other for projecting delays. Tension is rising and the team is suffering. Okay. Analyze the root cause of the conflict. Write a manager's response addressing both parties. I want you to write an email for this now. So the write a manager's response, to write an email, suggest a conflict resolution strategy. In that email, propose a preventative measure for the future. Maybe think about the root cause. Okay, you don't have to write. The second one, write the email. Okay, and when you're writing the second answer, include the third one also. Suggest a conflict resolution strategy. And the final one, you just think of it and let's discuss. Propose a preventive measure for the future. What can you not do? No, you don't have to. Online participants, are you all okay? Did you all understand what I was explaining this far? Okay, great. Thank you, Priya. Thank you, Kamala. Okay, so while yeah, you guys take your time. You guys, right. Okay, Arnold. Yeah. Okay, so the root cause, two employees blaming each other for project delays. There can be a lot of root causes. Okay, so there can be a lot of reasons. There is no proper guideline. There is no deliverables, no coordination. Okay, yes, a lot of reasons like that. But when you blame each other and wait, the project will delay even more. Okay, yes, nothing will happen. I always think like that. When you keep the pushing the blame onto the other person, no progress happens. So what you have to do is you have to dive deep in. Okay, I know there is a problem. Let's decide what happened and how it happened after we submit this project. Okay, so we postpone it for a bit later just to get our work done. Okay, so let's think about it after we finish our work. All right, so write a manager's response addressing both parties. Okay, so did you guys write an email? Yeah, you wrote? Can I see? No problem. No problem. Subject delay, project delay. Okay. Okay. The delay has caused tension and the team is feeling it. You're blaming each other won't help. Let's stop pointing fingers and fix the real cause. What I seem to be unclear uh, has not. Let's have a meeting tomorrow. Let's agree one fix and move forward. Okay, this is good. But you need to make it a bit formal, yes. Formal and not very direct. You know how ChatGPT gives the most, what do you call, most polite things. Even if it's very rude, you put it in and then he'll give it in a very polite way. So you can ask, you can definitely use AI tools in corporate. In terms of education, we don't encourage you to use AI tools because here you're learning. It gives wrong information as well. And right now you all are learning, right? So when you all are learning, when you all take information from something, so when you all directly just ask and take information, there is no learning process that happens, okay? But when it's easy, exactly. But when you go on Google and search, and you all remember we were learning about entrepreneurs, we were searching about entrepreneurs, reading blogs, articles, you gain a much more knowledge, right? So that is why it is encouraged. It is not encouraged. But when you go to corporate, you can use ChatGPT to type emails. Okay. So sometimes when I'm drafting emails, I'm really angry. I'm just drafting it the way it is, and then he will give it in a very nice, very smooth way. Okay, so that is that. So the manager's response has to include, okay, we understand that this project has been delayed. So right now, instead of being in the conflict, let's discuss what happened after submitting the project. Okay, let's discuss what happened, how we can prevent it, all of that after addressing the project. For now, let's have an immediate sync up to discuss the tasks that has to be done, and let's go ahead and do those. Okay. So, what conflict resolution strategy will you use? So, there are a couple of conflict resolution strategies. Okay? So, I think we learned this. There is competing, collaborating, compromising, avoiding, accommodating. We were learning, you all remember. Okay. So in that case, you have to collaborate. You have to use that Thomas Gilman's. I think you all remember. You all remember that. That in that collaborating conflict resolution strategy, you take everyone together because without even one person, you can't complete this project. Okay. Propose a preventive measure in the future. In the future, you can have a timeline where you can go into. So if the project is 6 months, every 1 month you can have a meeting to check the situation of the project. Or every 2 months you can have a small checkpoint to talk about the progress of the project. Okay? You can have syncs like that. Okay, every month or every 2 months, can have continuous things like that to discuss the progress of the project. Okay? And then we have body language observation task. Okay, so I want to give you all this thing, what you call a TED talk, so that you all can do this. Uh, okay, guys, so it's a bit too much for us to proceed into another activity. So let's pause here and continue from tomorrow, okay? All right. I just saw your message, Kamila. Root cause analysis of the conflict. When while the surface issue is mutual, finger pointing over a delayed project, the actual root causes typically run much deeper. Misaligned and overlapping. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So misaligned or overlapping roles, a lack of clarity regarding who is responsible for specific deliverables, creating gray area that tasks fall through the cracks. Okay, good. Good, Camilla, but you're not specifically looking at the root cause because we only have assumptions there, right? So because the case study doesn't necessarily talk about the problem, you can't exactly bring out the root cause, right, Camila? If the case study had given a small hint what the problem is, then you can kind of like write a proper answer. Okay? Okay, great. Let's continue tomorrow, okay? I hope that's okay with you guys. Is that okay? Is everyone sleeping? Okay, I see a lot of messages. Okay, great. Okay, guys, have a nice day. See you all tomorrow. Bye.